And we're on, returning to let's be honest, it's just Farmcraft now. Farmcraft 1710 with witchery, agricraft, forestry, thermal expansion, Ars Magica 2, and a few other bits and bobs I can't remember right now. Our statement of intent is apparently to do something with this boggy. Which we don't have access to a boggy. Oh, this one I scanned, so this one's being destroyed. These two are getting upgraded, which will remove the mycelium trait from them. That's what we were doing. Sure, I'll give them beatific. It's not a bad trait. And while they process, I need to fix the mycelium disaster up here. Which, strangely, is perfectly square. It's not spreading at all. Well, that makes it easy to correct. We just dig it all up. After we dug up all the mycelium, we just replace it back as dirt. There's just a lot of it. We're going to have lighting problems before this is through. Which I can hopefully resolve with a bunch of glue. Yep, mycelium is spreading when I don't want it to. Still gonna rip the rest up. Is that all of it? Seems to be. Oh, that one stays. We need that one block specifically to continue to provide a mushroom. Huh. I expected to have more dirt. Where did it all go? Well, the problem is solved anyway. melting this single bee if... Okay, yes, both of these completed their procedure. So the spare bee can be destroyed, and the changed boggy bees can be returned to their housing, where they will stop giving us trouble. Over here, our new cultivateds are giving us regular honeycomb, or we'll get beeswax again. Great to see it. I maybe could use some production upgrades here as well. And how did that become a dark spot? And now it isn't. Weird. If there are dark spots, I expect them to stay dark spots. Oh well. And our walnuts, well, they're growing. Just gotta wait for them to mature, and I don't know how long that'll take. But hopefully when we cut this tree down, we'll get more than 4 saplings. And we'll be able to replant the walnut. Because having to rebreed the walnut from scratch, that'll be a pain. Our diamond cycler continues. We've got more pollen and jelly. And we need to put more honey in here. And our alveary block empire is coming along. I do need to get some upgrades on these blocks, which will be another way to spend some time. So what can I do with the alveary blocks? Wrong box. Swarmer. Don't really want that. It's expensive, too. That's diamond tubes. A swarmer creates swarm hives around, or has a chance to create swarm hives around the alveary, costing royal jelly. And these swarm hives contain ignoble bees. Alveary fan to change the temperature. Considering I'm planning on putting temperate bees that like our climate in there, we don't need this. Heater. Hygroregulator to manage the humidity. Don't care about any of that. Stabilizer. I don't know what that does. It prevents new species from appearing in the alveary output. So it blocks mutation. There are bees that would be good for, but they don't exist because I don't have the extra bees mod installed. And the only other one is the alveary sieve, which it accepts frames, I think. Golden tube. Well, let's make some gold tubes and get some of this silk dealt with. I may also want to make a heater and a humidity thing so I can get the tropicals in there eventually. There's just so much we have to do to get this alveary online. Make some of these woven silks, which are good for the sieve. The alveary sieve block. They also go into backpacks. The whole tropical bee thing is gonna be a thing. It's gonna be an issue. Oh, but they're Edenics now, so that makes some of our stuff easier. Anyway, gold tubes. Which means we're using this again. Power it up. This will destroy some of the liquid glass if I turn it off, so maybe in preparation for some of these other block types. That's also gold tubes, and that's also gold tubes, so it's all gold tubes. Wait, this didn't even need gold tubes. Why did I want gold tubes at all? I'm confusing myself here. I don't even really want these gold tubes. But I guess I can make more of them anyway in case I want to upgrade my machines. So if I were to turn this machine off and let the temperature fall, this 500 millibuckets of liquid glass would be destroyed. Not terribly interested in that happening. Now there's no liquid glass in there, so I can turn it off, and I lose nothing. We get some honey. The honey goes in here. More scented paneling comes out. It's a very simple procedure. And now I have gold tubes for my alveary blocks if I feel like using gold tubes for them. Seriously, why did I make these gold tubes? I don't need them. It's all woven silk and iron. And that's not even enough woven silk. So I need to upgrade the Edenics. But in order to do that, I also need the Edenics to be analyzed. Because I want to get their exploration trait. These austeres just give me trace amounts of powdery combs. I don't even know why I still have them in that hive. They don't need to be there. And the boggy that I just... it's already dying. Wow. Well, we have some combs here. Just a few combs. Of a wide variety of materials. harvest all of our resource plants. Sure, including this one. I see no reason to turn down 4 diamonds. And the chestnuts here, I mean, they're maturing, but it's very slow. You see now why I said it eventually becomes useful to have just like 6 centrifuges and it's still not enough. There's also no way to increase the product chance from centrifuges. Which would be really nice if I could get like a guarantee of Silk Wisp. Because 60% from Silky Propolis, that's all you get. There is no other source. There is no way to have a higher chance of getting it. Snowballs were full. Have some of that. Have some wheat. Can I maybe research some of the forestry saplings and see what traits they have that I might want to breed into? Like, how can I get something with higher yield? Walnut has average yield. Chestnut has average yield. Does anything have greater yield? High yield on plum. So that would be why I would want a plum sapling. Lowest fireproof on a couple of these. More lowests, and low on dates. So if I want high yield, I'm going to have to manufacture plum saplings. And that is reached through lemon. Alright, silver lime, hill cherry to lemon. And then hill cherry again to plum. It is a 1x1 tree. So silver lime, 2 hill cherry. This gets me to plum. And then I can farm up some lemon tree, or some plum tree, use the grafter to get a ton of saplings, analyze those saplings, and extract the high yield tree. Which, I'm going to need a second trait, or a second chest. One for tree genes. That'll become useful later. So I have this plum sapling. I want to put it out of reach of the bees, because I don't want it crossbred. I need it to remain a pure plum so I can multiply and extract it. Edenics here. I mean, this is going to be a while, because they are progressing at normal speed until they reach the point where I can start extracting their genes. Because my gene template will overwrite the things about them that I want to keep. Oh, Willow, Lime. Do I even need Willow? Willow gets into Poplar. Poplar becomes Zebrawood. Zebrawood is tall. That's height large in that pink slot. Kind of remarkable that you can get to Zebrawood from Poplar. Oh, it's also Myrtle. But it's a couple of small trees. Oh, actually, Ebony is a 3x3. That's a big one. That's a lot of wood. It's gonna be hard to get to Zebrawood since I need 9 ebony saplings. Unless I skip growing an ebony entirely. Because 3x3, while that's a lot of wood, that's also a lot of saplings. Maybe we don't want that trait. Height large, though. How is Chestnut? Chestnut is also height large, so that doesn't change anything. We should also have, Sequoia. Coast Sequoia, largest. Giant Sequoia, gigantic, and it's a 4x4. Coast Sequoia is larch and bullpine. Giant Sequoia, well, Giant Sequoia cannot be bred into or out of. So Coast Sequoia, larch, and bullpine. Larch, I remember we already have some. Bullpine is spruce and larch. So we need more larch. Spruce and birch, spruce and oak. There are a few ways to get larch. So what I'm really seeing here is that I need more larch and less willow. Because the willow only gets me to poplar. While poplar has its uses, it's not exactly necessary right now. And as much as I don't want to break every one of these leaf blocks individually, if I pull out a bigger tool, then I risk destroying a whole bunch of leaves that I don't want destroyed. What is that? Oh, that's the poplar. So yeah, I already have a poplar up. So I'm not actually getting any... I haven't gotten any pollen from them. All this willow must go. The hill cherry is maturing further. You can see we have some bright red hill cherry leaves. So I could actually get some cherries out of that. looks like the rest of this can just decay. Nothing is connected to any log blocks anymore. So I should stop getting willow pollen fairly soon here. What is a little unfortunate is that I don't have any larch. So I'm going to have to plant a larch over here by the pollen collectors. We'll make that happen. White willow. All of this stuff. A red spruce is a component. I don't need red spruce pollen for anything. I can just use the saplings. And we combine with birch or oak. Sugar maple is also a thing. But yeah, we gotta get to larch. And then from larch we can get to bullpine. And then bullpine with larch again gets us to coast sequoia. And then we have a really big tree. A really big tree. We have plenty of apple oak to get there with. So first I'm going to need a whole bunch of larch. I really don't want to mutate 10 of these in a row. But how else am I going to do this? I mean, by growing and grafting, that would be the smart way. We have this willow wood. Bonus forestry wood of an interesting color. It's not that interesting. Alright, get me a large sapling. I'm going to settle for one large sapling. Then we will go harvest its saplings later. Bone meal the crap out of it. And just make that happen. Good news, daytime. Bad news, I forgot the bone meal. I can also bone meal the plum back here while I'm at it, since that hasn't managed to grow on its own. There you go. Then somewhere behind the plum, we'll put this larch. Boom. More interesting trees. I don't actually want plums, so I can just harvest this tree immediately. Behold, plum saplings. Thank you, electric grafter. The wood itself is a little purpley pinkish. That's kind of cool. And then our larch likewise explodes into all the saplings we could possibly ask for. The larch wood, not an interesting color. The bark is okay. but it's not something I'd want to use decoratively. Oh, and now we have this going on. So this is how lepidopterology begins. You start with bees, you breed forestry trees, and then forestry-specific trees are then able to spawn butterflies. And that's where butterflies come from in forestry. I'm going to find room for this larch. Looks like it's going to be right here in the middle next to everything, packed in, have some larch leaves. Boom. That'll probably shut my hive off, except no, because these are now fully functional cave bees, thanks to my genetics modifications. They will be fine. Bring me some larch pollen. Maybe we can use that for further experiments. Larch itself has no useful traits on its own. And we need it for bullpine. Bullpine is a combination with red spruce. So we need either larch pollen or spruce pollen. We have neither. Because you can't just put two saplings together and expect it to work. I left this slot open for larch long ago. Maybe we can arrange for some spruce pollen. We have plum saplings. Plum was... I wanted it for yield. So I'll keep one sapling to plant and begin analyzing the rest until we get the trait we want. These woods are nothing. These large saplings are a surplus. Let me add this spruce to our tree mess over here. Hopefully it's still within the bee radius. Here, I think. This should work. There. Just keep collecting as diverse a pollen collection as you can. And please ignore the butterflies. I also don't really need this mushroom anymore, because the boggies are now they're now a flowers bee, thanks to the genetic modification. And I am really on the verge here of just gene modding these Edenics, so they're more fertile and maybe have a shorter lifespan. Just those traits. I have a bonus template that I can use for small changes. Hello, spider. Where are you going? The answer is death. Right, now I was planting this plum so we don't lose the plum tree. I don't need more pumpkins. I have a seed surplus right now and not much use for seed oil. These agrarians need a longer lifespan. Maybe I can find a bee that has a longer lifespan. Give it to the agrarians, then I'll be switching them over less frequently. This is actually surplus eyes and string. We don't need that. And I don't care about these forestry wood types. They are unnecessary. Plum tree. Growth, forestry, allele, light level. Don't care. Fruits, plum. You can tell this mod was not written with trees in mind. Yield high. I mean, that's it. That's what I wanted the plum tree for. We win. Jungle sapling already has height larger and maturation fast. Trees simply have fewer alleles, which makes them much easier to deal with. Well, that S. S high, that's saplings high. That's another good trait to have. We have Branded Ears Baobab, which is another 3x3 tree. A long time ago I thought I needed to read this to get the 3x3 trait, because I missed that Coast Sequoia was 3x3 as well. I can get fast maturation out of the jungle sapling. I saw faster. White Willow has faster. So apparently there's a use for White Willow. Maybe we can get faster growth speed. Not a super important trait, but still nice to have. We have so much of its pollen. Surely something here will give us what we want. The yield high I'm giving to my chestnuts. White Willow, into the extractor you go. Effect none. All trees have effect none. Fertility lower. That's not great. That's the saplings. Effect none. Fireproof false. I have a stupid idea. Can I put bee genes in trees? Or vice versa? Specifically, something like a high fertility trait. I would guess no, because they're simply different. Height average. We're not going to get maturation fast. Or was it faster? It was faster. Yield lowest. All of these are garbage. I guess I can settle for maturation fast from jungle saplings. read them into the system. And then tear them apart. Low sappiness. What do I even care about sap? It's just giving me repeats. You can't isolate the specific gene you want. You just territory average. Trees don't have territory. What are you talking about? Girth 1 by 1. That's actually a keeper. We can use that. Specifically to save on how many tree saplings we'll need when dealing with bigger trees. Maturation fast. Got it. The rest of these can just be destroyed. Don't care. Maybe they'll give us some extras of useful traits so I don't have to do anything else to them. Allele light level. Garbage. Technically, there is an allele for whether a tree grows best in light or dark, but I don't think any tree uses that allele. I'm gonna need another template. In fact, I can use this template. This is now a blank template that is no longer keyed to bees or trees. Lifespan shorter, fertility 4. Ignores day-night, tolerant flyer. Speed fast. I am putting these 5 genes in my Edenics, because I'm sick of waiting for them. Tolerant flyer. Ignores day-night. I should also give it... Well, it doesn't need cave dwelling. We'll get to cave dwelling. Lifespan shorter, speed fast, fertility 4. Alright. Add these to our secondary template. We've taken out the standard upgrade template. And when my Edenics are ready, we will be changing them. That's going to have to wait for another day. Glaciers are fine. Austere, we're retiring. I don't need them anymore. Boggy. I should do something about them, but they're not important right now. Agrarian, we also need to do something about. And the Valiants continue to Valiant. Alright, back here we have Rural, Farmerly. I gotta move these because this is a 3-stage. Exotic to Edenic. Miry, Boggy, Valiant. Where are these going? Back here. Rural, Farmerly, Agrarian. Austere is the completion of the Modest line, which I'll just cram in here. That's fine. That'll be okay. My B filing system leaves a lot to be desired, but it's at least passable. Ah, finally. It is time for modification. You're going into the machine. There. And this will give my Edenics a faster breeding rate, so I can analyze them sooner. Unless I just happen to get the trait I want out of these two. But I highly doubt that. Lifespan longer. That's a keeper. We can give those to Boggy or something. Intolerant False is a burner. Our guy downstairs is still happily working away. He hasn't killed himself yet. Hurrah. Oh, these are about destroyed. I need to fix these. And there's something else that I can do bee-wise, and that's with the demonics, I think? Yeah. Demonics get us into vengeful and vindictive, which are extremely dangerous, but they have an expanded territory. Oh, that's a problem. Monastic can only be found or bought. So I think it's time to do some commerce. We'll leave a tank here at home. Put some other things away, and I need to go find myself a forestry villager who is selling monastic bees. Alright, we have villages to check. Starting with over here, where we burned the place down after our cow explosion. There's still an unusual amount of cows roaming the countryside. And a huge cluster of them over here. Let me just solve some cow problem. There are simply too many of you. This is not allowed. Also, minimap isn't showing any villagers in this village. Not a one. We've got a spider, a creeper, some pigs, but no people. Where'd they all go? Oh, that's not even the correct map marker. I thought I was heading for... Oh, that's a forest hive, isn't it? We don't need that. I thought I was heading for the priest marker. But this guy, right here in the yellow, is who we need. Assuming he has the trades we need. He doesn't. Anyone down here with anything good? No, they're just playing in the poop. I don't understand why the villagers are just screwing around in the liquid sewage. That's not a joke, that's literally what that liquid is. There are lots of villagers here. And donkeys? I guess. We have any more yellow-robed forestry villagers? Forestry provides 2 additional villagers. One wearing yellow, and one wearing green. The green-robed villager is for forestry trees. He's an arborist. And the yellow-robed villager is a beekeeper. And then we have this guy, who is the witchery villager, apparently selling wool of bat. Shame I solved that problem. Alright, so this village doesn't help us. This one was empty. This one doesn't help. I can go southeast to the small one, but that probably won't do much. Better to go north and then west. We'll check those two. Away we go. There could also be an argument to the effect of doing business with that beekeeper, and then hoping he discovers the bee trade that we need, but that's just a waste of emeralds if he doesn't. Let's see. A lot of soggy people in that pool. But none of them wearing yellow, and this one is wearing a very interesting work outfit. I think that's a Buildcraft villager. What do you have? Oh, he's Agricraft. He's just selling Nitor Wart outright. Don't need you. We did that. You know, I could save time on these flybys if, before I went looking around for specific villagers, I first looked around their houses. Because if there's no house made of unusual forestry wood, there's not going to be a forestry villager. Also, I think I've bent too far north. Doesn't matter yet. Continue west, hit the village. There it is. I paused literally just outside of... That's not right. Where is your other funny pillar thing? This... We haven't looted that temple, I know that, because I would have remembered it being that broken. I don't see a forestry wood house in this village either. It's a bit irritating. Definitely didn't expect two villages to not have forestry-based villagers. And have we been here? No. This would be defaced. I would fly down, but I run a very big risk of hitting that pressure plate, so we'll just jump. Disarm the pressure plate. Take the free dynamite. Ingots, diamonds, gold. Not a lot here, honestly. Just gold and a few single-use nets. I'm not impressed. Alright, well, with these two villages not giving us what we need, where are the next ones? Further west. And then further west still, maybe. If I look closely at this one, well, I don't see any evidence of unusual wood colors. And I don't know if the minimap is detailed enough to even show that. But further west it is. We'll give that village a look. There's another... I know we've looted that one. Or at least I'm pretty sure. There's a witch hut. But no house here is made of forestry wood. So that is 3 villages without a beekeeper. But there are witches, plenty of iron golems, and all the villagers seem to be asleep. Not sure why this has a strip of gravel through the middle of it. Even less sure why this stone looks black. Must be a shading error. It was. The lighting engine messed up a bit. What hit me? I must have passed too close to the underside of that acacia. Well, the whole villages thing isn't working out, which is annoying, because I know that I saw a villager selling a secluded bee, or the monk bee, some kind of bee that we need somewhere. Let's keep going west to this small village on the desert island, and then we'll double back. It is just basically further west and a touch north. No forestry wood here either. They just have a very bizarre sinkhole. Not sure what that is or what's going on with it, but whatever, away we go. A new village with a... Okay, the wall is just still spawning in. It's not broken. No forestry houses here either. You know, for witchery providing an increased density of villages, we're still not seeing what we need. That's alright though. We can fly around pretty freely. The only way to speed this up is with a very specific potion. But doing it without that potion, and with the owl familiar as we have, is enough speed. That was another new pyramid, but I don't care about the pyramid right now. Ah, we have a discolored house. And don't like that. Let's just throw some lights all over that, so nothing can spawn out of that straw man. So this house, with the giant sequoia wood, is a forestry house. And we know it's a forestry house because it's made of strange wood, and it has both a beekeeper and a tree keeper. Excellent. Don't care about your candles. Don't really care about that so few frozen combs. So there's nothing of value in the chest. You are selling plums. We have plums. You are willing to convert drones into forest drones. That's dumb. But maybe we can work with that. You also have some modists. Maybe if I harvest a bunch of bees, I can advance his trade, since it doesn't cost emeralds to do so. And then we have another one. Alright, 2 forestry houses. Right beside each other. Or at least, they're next door neighbors. More modest bees in there. Hello. You're doing the same thing, but for meadows. And you have nothing of value. And you have nothing of value. Although, technically, this is something of value. The escritoire is a sort of research desk for forestry that you can use to examine bees and learn more about their speciation. And in the end, it makes mutation events more likely. A little bit. It's honestly hard to notice. So what I'm going to do right here is mark these guys and continue exploring. That was a valiant. This is a witchery henge with another one of those in it. Lots of these single-use nets around. Home is still further east, but I'm also still looking around for more villages. Oh well. We have propolis. We have tons of loose drones at home that I can trade with those villagers for and see if we can get to a point where they're offering us bees we actually want or need. The other guy selling the proven frame is honestly kind of tempting. They were the first village we visited. But it's not that big a deal. No forestry house here. Oh wait, no, right there. Isn't this the place with the guy who was selling the proven frames? Yeah, this is the same village. I could nab a few proven frames from him, but I'm not that interested. All frames accelerate bee production by the same amount. The only difference is how much durability the frame has. This is my neighborly village, with no villagers left in it. And not because of my cow bomb, it just kind of turned out that way. Keep the glacials and boggies running, and the desert hive remains empty. I basically have no further use for the desert hive. Alright, we have more TNT. Diamonds. Gold and or such. Maybe I can get niter out of the sandstone. These guys have produced over a stack of their special stuff while I've been away. Which is honestly kind of stupid, because the Edenics didn't die in that amount of time. So what is even going on with bee time? So I'm gonna need propolis to make these trades. I simply don't know how to pronounce it, and I'm guessing. The escritoire can go, honestly, practically anywhere. Right there is fine. Alright, honey drop, put the honey drop away. These have to go in the menagerie. This has to be destroyed. I need a bunch of junk drones. Just whatever I have that I have a stupidly high number of. Majestics, Imperials, Demonics, you've got it. And the stuff in the backpack. Ooh, Valiant Princess, that's rare. In you go. We'll sort that later. Alright, drop off these nets with the menagerie, and return to the beekeeping villager place. probably should have brought some things to sell as well, or made arrangements to do some sales, just to increase my emerald count, but I'm really not that concerned about my emerald count. I probably should be. And I also probably should have a bee princess or two at the ready, in case they want to do a trade of that nature. That's a forest hive. That'll give us some princesses. At least one, anyway. Ow. What? Why am I frozen? Oh no! What happened? I guess the broom really didn't like me bumping into a tree, or something. All it says is it crashed. And I'm not seeing any reason for the crash yet. Oh, hooray. Unexpected error. Null pointer exception. So it just broke. And I have no clues as to how to prevent that in the future. Oh well. Not really a huge deal, honestly. This is episode 21. You know, almost about 3 straight weeks of this, and this is our second crash. Let's hope I haven't lost my flying broom. Well, I haven't lost the flying broom. I'm technically still on it, and instantly crashing again. So we've learned what causes the crash, but I'm in a position that it's very difficult to avoid causing that crash. Apparently, it doesn't like me cramming my face into a beehive and taking suffocation damage from a beehive. Since we spawn in on our broom less than a block from a beehive, this is going to be difficult to avoid. I think the play is to immediately dismount. But first we have to get back in. Again. Alright, we immediately dismount. Break the hive, as I've been trying to do this whole time. And that wasn't even a princess, it was just a drone. So 2 crashes and nothing to show for it. We can come in on this modest hive. That's a princess. Hooray! Rain. Fortunately, I'm in a desert and mostly don't care. This building is a hobgoblin hut. There's a better than normal chance of finding a hobgoblin in here. They also tend to have cauldrons in the center, but are otherwise unremarkable. Ow. Stop with the suffocation. Give me my stuff. Enderman. I really should be more excited about passing an Enderman. But I'm just too focused on where we need to be going right now. Alright, Village 1. We'll throw some lights around so we can do our trades in peace. It's no accident this will give us more AM2 experience. No! What my broom to not do that? Alright. You are trading for forest drones. How about you take forest drones in the process? I'll trade with you once. You get more trades. No, you don't. So I'll do it again. One trade at a time, watching for the sparkles. Okay. Now he is buying princesses. That's not terrible. I can certainly burn through a lot of ignoble bees this way. If I went home and got some more bees. Have another. Oh! Selling ender drones. That's quite the price, though. You know what? I don't want to come back. And this guy's selling plums. I really don't care what else he has in his back pocket. Map says there's an Enderman. It's under the ground. Well, that's why I walked. I thought I could get to the Enderman. Apparently not. And now there's a giant loading failure through the middle of this town. Very dangerous. Whoa! Moonstone. Somewhere. Alright, you are selling meadows. I will take one of your meadows in the hopes that you will start selling better things. Proven frames. Well, it's better than buying princesses that I can't do. They're not supposed to stack, which makes this very weird and janky. Come on, open a new trade. I can't do this all day. As nice as proven frames are, you need to get to another trade slot. There we go. Monastic. That's what we want. I'm taking you too. I can hear the guards firing arrows at who even knows what at this point. But it doesn't matter because I'm going home. Bye. We've got more paneling. It seems to me that the scented paneling is accelerating. Which, if true, is lovely. But I'm not so sure it's true. So what I need to do here is gather my ignobles. Because they are being traded away. We sure have a lot of them. And I'm running out of space, especially with all these proven frames all over the place. Very annoying that they don't stack. Alright, so we have a selection of ignobles. I have some casings to improve. More alveary blocks at the ready. This is still running happily. And we need to make a place for these new guests of ours. Probably way over in the menagerie where it's loud. Hello, cats. Little small cells for our new villager friends. With room to expand if I ever want to capture some more. So we have this guy, and also this guy. And one of them I can make trades with, the other one I can't yet. So let's have a word with our new friends. You are selling monastics. We want you. I'll take one. I'll take two. I would take three, but we're out of cash. And then you are selling ender drones, which is crazy. But so's the price. I'd probably be better off just going to the end and getting some myself. Which I should really get around to doing. Going to the end, I mean. Wintry to glacial. How do I have more austere drones? How did that happen? I simply don't need these ices, right? Yeah, they go into glacial and nothing else, so those can go. we have these two monastics. By themselves, these two monastic drones do not do very much for us. I'm going to need to buy more and combine them with pristine anythings. Unless I combine them directly with an austere. I could do that. So austere and one of our monastics makes us secluded. And then secluded with monastic again makes hermitic. And that's all they do. That's all they do, so I only need two. I just need to cross it with an austere. And we have the austere princess right here. I'd feel better about that, though, if I had the austere bee species in reserve. And we don't. So let me get the austere species. And then we can make an austere princess. And we can do this whole thing. Any pristine princess will do. Flowers, flowers. Fertility 4. No good. Recharge my battery. Humidity tolerance down. Ignores day-night. Junk. Species austere. Got it. Give me a copy. We are using our species stamp. Species stamp this pristine modest. And there we go. The austere princess, the monastic drone, makes a secluded queen. And now I can see what this one needs. And we can get it breeding so we can advance it immediately. As long life, fastest pollination. We have access to fastest now. You're only faster. Fastest pollination will greatly accelerate tree crossbreeding if I did so with that method. Fertility 1, though, is terrible. Because it means that we only get enough drones to cycle it back into a queen. I'll have to improve that fertility pretty much immediately. It's cave dwelling, it's daytime, it has... I mean, these are decent tolerances. Not a lot of bees can boast both one in both categories. It requires a normal hive. Well, I happen to have a spare. I want to keep them away from trees because I don't want a lot of tree crossbreeding going on. I guess I will put you over here by all the pumpkins and things. Secluded Queen is go. Not bright enough? Well, it's nighttime, so too bad. The Edenics are Edenicking, and our Boggies have produced our first piece of peat. Farmerlies I could, or the Agrarians I could swap over, but I don't really care to. Not right now, anyway. What do I have for Ender Pearls? That is not enough to do the trades that guy wants. I just need another box. A chest for trade goods. As for the hunter's pack, we got some weird stuff in here, including some more beef that I don't think we need. Yeah, more beef, more leather. Not necessary. Well, I really am at the point where I'm thinking that a whole nother brace of storage drawers is required, specifically for mob loot, because this is getting out of hand. Let's see, oak trim is oak and sticks. So for that we need oak and the sticks. This spruce can be sticks. Okay, if that one didn't place, then this whole thing is for nothing. Up there. Do these block the chest from opening? They do. Does that allow me to place refractory in here? Still no. Refractory doesn't even have a trim block, so that shouldn't surprise me. How about Propolis? That is still no, and that one actually matters. I need more oak drawers. Eyes and string, 2. Bones and arrow, 4. Rotten flesh, gunpowder, 8. Feathers and leather, 10. I can get to 12 with slime balls and ender pearls. 14 with blaze rod and powder. And then the various meats are at least 3 more. That's 16. I can maybe place 5 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then there's still space here if I eventually want to, and space under here if I want more compactings. Alright, so it begins with bone and arrow. Eyes and string. Rotten flesh, that's a big one. All those go into the system as needed. Excellent. I'm also getting all this peat from the sludge boiler, I think. So maybe I should have had a peat-fired engine this whole time. gunpowder, slime balls, ender pearls, feathers, and leather. Feathers go with chicken. Leather goes with beef. I can put the raw pork chop there. Blaze rod, blaze powder. It's animated on the drawer. I don't know if I like that. And apparently magma cream is just something I can collect as well. Hit those with key. Hit these with key. That should have been keyed the whole time. And now we have more storage and less clogged space. I shouldn't be checking on my bees so soon. They have a longer lifespan. Surely they're still running. They are. They have not yet begun to run down. Let me get these spare edenics. Because I want this to happen. Show me Explorer. I thought I'd have some spare gene cells in there. Temp tolerance both 2. That's good. Is that already in the template? Not this template, obviously. No. I have temp tolerance both 1. So temp tolerance both 2 can just go in immediately. And that's as good as temperature and humidity tolerance get. Ignores day-night, cave dwelling. I have all this propolis, which I could use to improve some peat. Along with the ash from the hell bees I stopped using. Fertility 4, tolerant true, junk. I could get some more power if we made ourselves apparently a copper engine. Our bees are overflowing. I knew that would happen eventually. A natural consequence of having a fertility of 4. Then 3 wood. It starts with the piston, 2 copper gears, and boom, cheap engine. Does it require coolant? No. But it does require a redstone signal to run. Where am I going to put this? I guess here. And this engine is apparently not upgradable. And only burns peat. Which, okay. Peat is carbon value 2000, whatever that means. It doesn't say how many 10 processed. So it's slightly better as a fuel than regular charcoal. It also burns straight into ash, but it's not clear how efficient the peat-fired engine is, power-wise, especially since it has no apparent upgrades. Well, we've tried to answer some things and have only created more questions. Looks like this needs more birch wood. I can do that. I hope this is enough honey. Probably isn't. We'll probably keep going. But we are getting closer to the alveary being ready to be built. Though honestly, the best thing I could do for it is to have one spare alveary block, so I have one to upgrade. Like I can remove, so I can remove a block. So I can have a block on hand to upgrade. then remove an alveoli block from the structure itself, replace it with the upgrade, and then I have, conveniently in hand, another block to do upgrades with. Propolis still isn't storing this way. It's just too far. Is the chicken too far? It shouldn't be, because the apples go. What if I moved these to the right? It's not worth fussing over. So I'm going to take 2 stacks of peat and a stack of propolis. I don't have nearly enough ash for this. But that makes improved peat. And the improved peat goes in there, which solves the fuel problem. And the next time we run out of power, I can turn this engine on. Preferably, I suppose, with a lever. There, basically like that. How is our guy downstairs doing? He's just been cranking out more dust. Maybe I should go kidnap some more villagers, because we need a way to collect more emeralds. I mean, guys buying coal in the dream world don't exactly help us right now. Oh, how do we break 20k? Must be the trees. Which means I wasn't maxed out on trees? Maybe I wasn't maxed out on flowers? I don't know. We just have more power here than I remember having. And I thought we were capped on certain things, at least according to various wiki pages. Oh boy. I need a specific... I had to bring their fertility down. This is getting ridiculous. It's nice to have a stupid amount of surplus B, but this is getting out of hand. Melt the bees. That'll probably take way too much power. 800,000 RF. per drone. How much is this? This is 1 million per? Yeah, I don't have enough power in all my reserves to melt that many bees. We're already losing power from the battery. Pete, go! It produces 20 a tick and has a heat value. Okay. This engine is clearly for, yeah, this engine is clearly designed for smaller tasks. Species Edenic. Nice. Effect Explorer. Also nice. Perfect. We got both. So, Species Edenic is in storage. Effect Explorer needs to be copied. Effect Explorer is replacing Beatific in our standard upgrade template. And I want to find Fertility 2, which we don't have. I need a lesser fertility trait, and I never captured one. Oh boy, that power is going down. Get the bees out of the bee melter. I don't have the power to run it. Having vast numbers of spare bees is just going to be a problem now. This is just the world I now live in. Oh, and we are out of birch. So yeah, we have spare bees now. So many spare bees. Cultivated, imperial, industrious, they don't even stack with these. Because these were upgraded, and these are natural. Wait, if these are natural, then they may have a, and these too, they may have the lower fertility rate I need. Here's 2 fertility. 4, that doesn't help me. 4, that doesn't help me. Obliterate the surplus bees. Poplar. Spruce. More oak. Larch goes here. Plum is over here. Poplar's going to go here. Poplar goes into zebra wood, which we've been over. And that's all it does. But I need myrtle to get there. Can we get fertility 2? So my more active bees stop overflowing. It's also ridiculous to me that this engine only is worth 20 RF a tick. The heat is up there too, but 20. It produces 20. What rubbish. I hope the power of it is that it lasts a very long time, because otherwise it's not worth anything. Fertility 2. That's what I want. Its lifespan shorter. So I want to apply. Okay, speed fast, fertility 4, tolerant fire 2. This is just the template for not breeding anymore, but for producing. And if I can get lifespan longer on that, which we have. And didn't I have a really good... Oh no, this one has the super flowering trait. Lifespan long. Here's longer. Okay. So this is what we're doing. What's on fire? Something upstairs stepped on a fire plant. Alright, so fertility 2 and longer. And this will be an additional stamp we apply to bees. To bees that we are using for things like this. So they die and reproduce less rapidly. So we have the standard upgrade template, and then this is the retirement upgrade template. for when we no longer need 4 fertility. These cultivateds I can just destroy. And when these are done their current cycle, we can give them the longer lifespan and the lower fertility, so they stop overflowing with bees. Which I can basically do to all of these bees. Practically all of them. Especially you. How are you doing over here? You are still running because you have the super lifespan. And these cultivateds back here need the same treatment. Once they're done their current cycle. All the pollen cyclings, or all the pollen collections helping me out here, though. So I needed larch pollen. Larch will get me to bullpine. And then larch and bullpine will get me to coast sequoia. So really what I need is 1 red spruce and 2 larch per bullpine. Bullpine is a 1x1 tree. Coast sequoia is a 3x3 tree. Well, I don't want to keep 3x3. I can change that. And we're just doing this to collect the largest trait off of it. Let's see, I've got tropicals and marshies. Tropicals become exotic, but I don't need those. I don't think I need these. No, they go into Edenic and nothing else. We have some spare forest. These spare pristines can go back on the first page. Tropical will actually come back and put on the first page here, because they're that important. More so than the Ices. But after the austeres, because we needed the austeres to get there. More ignobles for trade. Anyway, marshy becomes boggy. And what are these drones doing here? You don't need to be here. It's a very weird place for some spare drones we don't even need. That don't. That one does stack. This one doesn't stack. Get lost, unstackable bee. Glacials. agrarians over with the farmerly. Okay, so we're doing some things here. First, our template, our basic upgrade template has been improved all up and down the place. We're applying this to our first 4 bees, not the agrarians, because the agrarians need to keep the fertile trait. But these guys are being given all of this fun stuff and the explorer trait primarily, but also all of the other best traits that we found, all the other best in class traits. And then after, we're running all 6 through this to bring their fertility down to 2 and giving them a longer lifespan. Every other trait at that point is just a bonus. On top of all that, red spruce is giving us a bull pine. And then the bull pine is giving us a coast sequoia. This coast sequoia, unfortunately, is 3x3. So I need to bring it down to a 1x1. And fast maturation would be fun to give it, but I don't really see the need. Also, the problem here is that I need another template, because I can't just apply a single gene without a whole template. So our standard upgrade template, going back in here, I need another upgrade template so I can give this tree the 1 gene it needs. Must have got the metal and redstone reversed. There it is. Genetic template, girth 1x1 for a tree. That's it. That's all we're doing to this tree. Stopping it from being stupidly big. Oh look, more volunteers for the upgrade project. These Imperials can get stored, which I think we're actually full on them. Yeah, we're full on Imperials, so these Imperials can be nuked. Death. Apparently this whole process is very power intensive too, which shouldn't surprise me as much as it does. The industrious are ready to undergo the same process. The extra industrious can be deleted. And I'm guessing this means the cultivated are ready as well. They are. So our Imperials go back in. They are ready with their new stats. The industrious are coming, the cultivator next. Our power is very unhappy with us, but it'll survive. Or will it? We've managed to eat our entire charcoal battery. Industrious are ready to go back to work. Now I'll just put the Coast Sequoia in here. And all these bees go back upstairs. Hi. Hi to both of you. I guess I'll just cut your faces off. Fine with me. Okay, these are the agrarians. The glacials go in the cold hive. The boggies go in the swamp hive. The Edenics are still Edenic. And the cultivateds go back here in the pollen hive. How are our monk bees? Not running because it's night. Oh well, that's all fine. Our chestnuts are still not fully dark yet. Zombie noise. Buddy, are you lost? Wrong way. Also the wrong way. Wronger, one might say. I am trying to get to the circle magic level. There. Let's do some cobalt. Some cobalt business. That's a possible emerald, though I kind of doubt it. Mostly a selection of gold. And our witch hand in case they get mad. Actually be faster just to grab one of these directly. And now we have a 1x1 Coast Sequoia, which should be interesting. Alright, tallest tree, let's see what you've got. Okay. It's not playing around. Why is there a zombie? No, 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 no. This is not happening. You cannot have my villagers. But I'm going to have to go up there and get some saplings. And I don't even know if I want to now. Like, the idea was to make a tallest chestnut, but that might not be very useful. And what good are all the chestnuts if they are way the hell up in the sky? Okay. Hi, boys. Show me some nuggets. Oh! He made me punch him again. And now they are no longer mad. We are one nugget short. But we're getting there. Oh, and our secludeds are finally done. So I've got the monastic here with its long lifespan and faster pollination. Faster is a good pollination trait. I want to try and isolate that. Fastest pollination, even better. But we also have we also have fertility 1, which is not great. I'm gonna need a custom upgrade for these. Or am I? Hermetic, slower worker. I mean, if only I knew what they did for pollination before destroying my secludeds here. But I need to get this pollination trait and improve its fertility. We can also kill its lifespan. So yeah, we're making a custom upgrade for these guys. Because I don't want to destroy its flowering trait, which is currently a superior flowering trait. So I'm going to borrow my species stamp, which is conveniently just an extra stamp. I'm going to take shorter life, fertility 4, and it can have flowers, because currently it's on flowers wheat, and we don't need that. We can also give it tolerant flyer and ignores day-night. So we are copying 5 traits. Oh yeah, I should install tolerant flyer. Install ignores day-night. Why did I copy flowers? I did not need to. That was a spare. Fertility 4. And finally, lifespan shorter. And that gives us a custom upgrade for these monk bees, so we can keep the traits we want, and overwrite the traits we don't. Wait, why are these bees still beatific? Longer, fast, fertility 2, beatific. But why? I use them with Explorer. How did they become beatific again? Huh. Alright, so I have to keep this template specifically for the monastic project. We'll get our secludeds going. And I'm going to borrow this one. Because I apparently need to reapply Explorer. I don't know how it fell off. Does that mean Explorer did not apply? Well, it's night and raining, so it'll be hard to check. Does that mean I need to reapply Explorer to all the other bees now? Because they are mysteriously beatific as well? Not you. You don't count. Agrarians, explain yourself at once. Fertile. I mean, that was expected. Fertile agrarians are correct. Boggy, explain yourself at once. Explorer. So then how did the others become beatific again? Alright, in go the secludeds, so I can work on them. And let me check the cultivated. The cultivateds are beatific. How did this happen? Oh well. It's not extremely important. We're gonna fix it. It will be fixed. However, I am now in an interesting position where I have to count my scented panelings because we are down to the last one. Down to the last alveary block. Oh, never mind. We're done. Scented paneling, alveary blocks. It's finished at last. Still need silk wisps, though. that will continue to be necessary, probably forever. But now I can make one frame housing. The multi-block is too small. So I have to finish the alveary before I can check and see how the individual blocks work. Okay. In that case, I am making one more block. Uh-oh. Well, he's not dead yet. Alright, seed oil for another whatever casing. Giant bee house. Must have plain alveary blocks for the top level. I was lied to. Alright, this accepts. There's the alveary. It needs a queen. And the alveary sieve accepts one frame, it looks like. I could splash it with a potion of jungle and get the Edenics in there. I think that's my best play. Pardon me, guys. You're going in here. And I am going to fix the climate for you. Let me just... How do I get up? Yep. Climb in the trees. Aiming at the bees. Have one of these. Now, was just that one good enough? Yes, they are running. In their funny little artificial jungle environment. There's a frame. Hello? I know this is supposed to go in here. Oh. No, it doesn't. Alveary sieves take pollen from trees. I was looking for a different block entirely. Which doesn't exist. Because it's an extra bees block. I thought these Alveary sieves were actually frame housings. Turns out, not so much. And since I don't have extra bees installed, I can't upgrade the alveary to make it extra productive. So my Edenic bees are just going to sit in here and be stupid. I would be better off with an electric hive. Whoops. So I've gone and built this giant alveary for nothing. Because I'm not actually running one of the mods I thought I was. It's a mod I so commonly run that I just assumed it was in here. Because I'm doing bees. Of course I have extra bees in. But I've never done forestry without extra bees. That's how much I was expecting extra bees to be in. So that means there's no longer any point in making extra alveary blocks, because the alveary is no longer the super bee block. I've got all this pollen and jelly for basically nothing. And these frames for basically nothing. because I can't use frames with the electric hive. So I pretty much need to get my jungle bees back into this hive where they belong. And the alveary has been a very expensive waste. A lesson learned there. Meanwhile, our cobalt is still mashing out. And the coast sequoia at largest is just too darn big. The sweet chestnut is already large. So what will be the point of making it bigger? I guess all I need to do is take my sweet chestnut and make it a 1x1 and give it high yield. And then we're done with trees. At least in terms of getting seed oil. But I also no longer need seed oil because what's it for but making more of these? What's that? Seed oil. Seed oil makes stamps. Water makes a lot of things. There are also a lot of recipes here that are just putting things in crates. And here are the woven backpacks, which again is what all the woven silk is for. I need to check uses for seed oil. In the carpenter. Stamps, escritoire, stamps, impregnated casing, stamps, impregnated sticks, stamps. Impregnated sticks do what? They make impregnated frames, which we don't need. Okay. Our industrious and imperial bees are again ready for their treatment. Let me run them through Explorer again. See if it takes this time. I'm having labware problems. Verify. Explorer, Explorer. Alright, get in there. And these extra bees are junk. Imperials. Explorer, Explorer. Verified. And that means we still have the cultivateds upstairs. Which are also ready. And then I need another electric hive for my Edenics. Bronze casing, bronze gears, piston, and a bee housing. Which, surprising no one, is more bronze. Something like this. I'm not sure if this is enough components for everything I need. Bee receptacle. That and that and this. That's wrong. That's need to be bronze. And this. Receptacle, piston, gears, casing, glass. Check. Next step is to find power for it. And more upgrades. So many more upgrades, including jungle emulation if I don't splash it. Cultivateds are ready to return to duty. Yeah, I'm putting it pretty much right here. Another jungle bottle. I don't need any of these. But I do need automation, production, and I think that's basically it. An automation and a bunch of productions. Pollen scrubber would be okay as well, so it stops trying to do tree things. So I need 9, 10 upgrade frames. That's going to be a lot more tin. I do not have that kind of tin. I don't really seem to have almost any kind of tin. We need to make more tin happen. In that vein, I think it's time to return to gardening. Mostly because my tin plants need to be upgraded so I can get the kind of tin that we need for all of our future tin endeavors. These all need to be analyzed. I'm pretty sure Nitorwort and Narcissus we have all checked out and they're downstairs. Yeah, Nitorwort's up here. Narcissus is right here. So I seriously need to work on these petunias. And while they're not the only ones that need work, they are the priority. Alright, 7, 9, 10, no improvement. 7, 10, 10. All 5s. Somehow forgot to. Don't even need to though, because it's all 6s. You cannot do that. And then 8, 7, 6. 9, 7, 6. 8, 7, 7. Take the strength point. You know, I may not be able to make 9 upgrades, but I can make 2. Bronze gear piston. Something's also wandering around upstairs, stepping in the fire plants again. There's automation. And then one production is bronze gear, jelly, 2 sugar. And that'll get us started. Because I really need to do something about boosting these Edenics. And the frames aren't gonna do it. Bash. Now you're in a jungle. Enjoy. If I had more Edenics, then I could have multiple hives of them in these artificial jungle areas. But we don't. At least not yet. I could kind of solve that. Okay, so here's what we do. I'm going to add all our standard upgrade template to this one. Now I basically have 2 standard upgrade templates. On top of our standard upgrade template copy, I'm going to add the graduation template, which should overwrite things that we don't like in long-term bees. Now we're only missing species and territory. For species, I need a copy of Edenic. And that gets installed. Now I have an almost complete bee template for even more Edenic bees. So we'll get some of these pristine garbage bees. Wintry will do. And I can even do one more pair. We're just banging out some artificial Edenic bees. This should get our silky production up. And honestly, I don't even need the Industrious or the Imperials anymore. Not for now, anyway. Which is very annoying to realize. Went to all that effort of building an alveary, and it's garbage. And it's my own darn fault that it's garbage. So the reason I didn't install the Extra Bees mod is because in addition to all the wonderful extra bee species that it adds, like 80 to 90% of which are extremely useful, it also just so happens to add a suite of bee machines that are buggy and difficult, and quite simply not worth it. And I didn't want to risk endangering my world here by implementing some jank and unstable mods. Oh, you know what's probably making those sounds walking around and stepping into the fire plants? Butterflies. It's probably butterflies committing suicide. Alright, silverweed needs to sprout. And we have stuff to deliver downstairs. You are not allowed to be... Wait, that was a silverweed. I hate silverweed. It looks so much like just plain weeds. All of my weed-killing reflexes are no good. Wolfsbane. 2 points. Wormwood. From 575 to a point of strength. Or 685. 2 points or the point of strength. We'll take the point of strength. Mandrake. Been a while since we even cared about this one. No improvement. That would be why. And finally our 498 Snowball, 410-9. That's tempting. Can you do better? You can. 510-9, 3 points. Now let's hope our Silverweed hasn't killed itself. Nope, hasn't even threatened to. 566, 667. Goodbye, Silverweed. It's a 2-point up. Alright, now we replant the rest. Our Mandrake, which failed to improve. Snowbell's coming along. Wormwood, it did something at least. And the Wolfsbane, coming back from destruction. Carry on with the crossing, and get our final metals improved. Those are weeds. Weeds are not allowed. Weeds, not allowed. Double weeds. You're really trying. That is actually Cuprosia. To believe that be. And our agrarian bees are running. So if they are capable of increasing the crop growth of Agricraft, then they are doing so. There is still one more block that we can use to accelerate crop growth even further. On top of agrarian bees, on top of sprinklers. And that would be to reach into Ars Magica 2 and start doing things with flickers. Flickers are a little irritating to get into because you have to. They're little tiny summoned elementals that you have to capture in expensive bottles made of moonstone. So that's not fun right off the bat. And you have to have flicker foci and you feed them power. What I'm thinking of specifically is... where is it? Nature's Bounty. With a nature essence, a water, nature, and life flicker, and bone meal, I can stick a habitat in the ground, and this will passively increase crop growth speed. I believe I can also feed it Ars Magica power to increase the speed, or to improve the rate at which it boosts growth. There's another one too, Gentle Rains, which all Gentle Rains does is the same thing the sprinklers do. What the heck kind of butterfly is that? It must be the same color as the sky, because it just looks like a claw spazzing out up there. Alright, this is ready. This is ready. This is ready. And nothing is currently crossing, so we can leave. All these diamond nuggets that need to be diamonded. Up to 109 diamonds up there. Yeah. Anytime I can pull over a stack of diamonds out of a container is a good day. Sort out these seeds. That is 1 point of growth, or a point of growth and strength. Petinia needs to get its growth up. It's otherwise perfect. 8 growth. Can't outdo that. And he didn't even try. Cuprosia, all 6s. Gain in strength of 7, good showing. Growth of 7, nothing else. Bad showing. Let me just ignore flickers for now. I mean, they're not bad once you get into them, if you can power them consistently. There's a lot of strength in flickers that is just not to be denied or ignored. But they are irritating to get into. So I wouldn't call it worth it right this minute. missed. Get in there. These silverweeds just do not want to grow. They look concerning, look just like weeds. I keep making that mistake. And they're so slow. I also don't think I need this wheat anymore, because the agrarians should be on flowers by now. The boggies, too, are no longer on mushrooms. They're on flowers, and running just fine. There's the explorer trait, just giving me levels. Come on, Petunia. Hurry your butt up. It's either that or I go back to the dream world with a pickaxe. I'll collect some tin then. Miniapp is showing something over here that's small and blue, and I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a butterfly, maybe it's our captive goblin downstairs. I don't know. Do not weed my Petunia. We need that. It's really got to be time to find our way to the end soon, isn't it? Petunia is ready. Some other things are still giving me problems. But the Petunia priorita is that we can go downstairs and come back up before anything dies. All I need is growth 9. You didn't give it to me. Try again. There we go. One more generation, and RNG willing, Petunia will be finished. These bees are also having a good time. Gotta keep those silky combs coming. That's looking good. A few more production upgrades, and we'll have tons coming out of this hive. I think our water artichoke might be ready to graduate, which will not remove it because it's a valuable crop. But it'll be nice to have perfect 10 artichokes just kicking around. Especially since they go into splash potions so readily. They didn't stack, so one of them has to be perfect 10, and that's not it. Therefore, this one must be. There it is. Silverweed, silverweed. I had to look at the tip because they look just like weeds, but it says silverweed, so it's gotta be silverweed. Wait, if this is all silverweed, that means it's ready for analysis. So let's go. Along with the Cuprosia. I don't think I'm waiting on anything. Nope, everything is correctly sprouted, so nothing is at risk of being weeded. So, down we go. Though I need to get some stuff out of my inventory. Just cleaned up. Oh boy. Actually, problem kind of solved here, right? No, I don't need to make more production upgrades. I can just bring all these upstairs. A point of growth or a point of gain? Gain. No growth for faster crossbreeding. 3 points. Can't outdo that. Okay, so first thing, you get production upgrades. Each of these is plus 20%. 5 of them means 100%. So we're running at double power And our production should be maxed out. Because I remember reading that you can't get bee production over 100. It just doesn't work. Okay, so this is the silver bee. This was the Cuprosia. And this was the blank space. I think we're done harvesting the Diamalias for a bit. I have a somewhat nutty amount of diamonds right now. Alright, Petinia. Onward to your final generation. So I can finally solve my tin problem. But not like that. Bad weeds. Hello. Goodbye. I'm just going to go and examine this one to see if this is the final step. No. Would you put that flower down? Leave my oh, it stepped in the water. Which means it lost aggro and is going to start running away. Oh, I got it. I should also probably fill in this unsightly hole. Don't like the hole. Alright, Petinia. They didn't stack. One of them is a perfect 10. The other one failed to upgrade. It's not you. Bingo. Petinia perfected. The Edenics are beginning to overflow. Honestly, I could have gone down to Fertility 1 if I wanted to extract it. But Fertility 1 is a very, very difficult trait to extract. Because by definition, you are extracting it from bees that only produce a single drone per generation, so you have no extras to extract from. Species secluded. Incredible. I can now make a spare secluded princess, cross it with the monastic, and get whatever the super bee is that comes off of this slime. So that was going to be this specifically. So let me just copy secluded and find a pristine princess. Easy. One secluded in storage. One for use. With this specific template that I intended to use with the monastic from the beginning. Except I've messed it up. That's okay. It'll be fine. Basically, both of these templates are junk now. But here's the hermitic. Oh, and these. The hermitic bee surely is also going to have some problems. We also have fastest. Effect repulsion. I don't know what that means. But yeah, we have fertility problems. Long lifespan problems. Fastest pollination I still want to extract. Even though we don't pollinate that way. And all it does is it combines with Ender to make Spectral. And then Spectral combined with Ender again to make Phantasmal. And that's it. That's the end of the line. So we've got a hermitic bee now on top of the secluded bee. I think I'm going to grab the desert hive here, because we're not using it anymore. I think this needs to go near wheat. And in you go. I should have brought some sticks. I can't triumphantly expand my winning Patinia without sticks. Yeah, I don't know what the repulsion trait does. It's not pushing me. It doesn't push items. Maybe it pushes hostile mobs, but I don't really have an immediate way to check that. Aha, 10 more. Alright, the silky wagon is finally coming along. It successfully put away some bee stuff, but not all. One block too far. Make that silk weave. Patinia already close to full grown, so we'll just clip a whole bunch of it, stick it in storage. Tin is finished. I could plant even more of it, and probably should, because tin is in really high demand. Oh, we cooked some steak. When did I do that? That must have been in there since yesterday, at least. I have a beef surplus. Oh, charge level 52. Let me just get some of this in here. Burn up some more neutral mana here. I really do need to do something more with magic. I'm not gonna get anywhere if we don't gain magic levels. So I think the way to do that is lightning and slow. That'll be an interesting spell. Basically be tasering them. Just a basic name so I know what the heck it is at a glance. And blank 2 Vintium Arrow Snowball. Arrow. Yellow rune, iron ingot stick, green rune. We've got green, we've got yellow. Slime ball, spell parchment. Arrow, snowball, rune, iron stick. There's the other Ventium. Rune, slime ball, parchment. And we're gonna tase him. And that goes in the spellbook in the first slot. This is usually how I arrange my spellbook. The last slot is light, the front few slots are attack, and the rear slots are utility. So now I have a big zappy spell. Which I can make a test dummy to fool around with. And I think this will actually allow me to farm XP. Because all a damaging spell has to do... Hello? Oh, that's planks at the bottom. All a damaging spell has to do in order to give you XP is to deal damage. It doesn't really care if the creature isn't functionally real. Alright, that's enough dust to get me another nugget. Another 2 nuggets, actually. Which is almost enough. Keep it up, bud. You're doing great. Plonk. You want some? Zap it. Yeah, that counts as gaining XP. Unfortunately, it's a huge mana cost. I can only cast this about 3 times before I'm out. And our burnout bar is flying upwards. It's still good, though. I can keep the magic XP coming. What do you mean, not daytime? It is sunrise. It is completely daytime. Or at least mostly daytime. Aren't we done with secluded now? I mean, mostly. Except for getting that fastest pollination. Yeah, combat spells are expensive. And this is only for 6 damage, 3 hearts worth of damage, plus a slowing effect. And it drinks up my mana bar like that. Effective combat spells require a lot of training before you can even get to a point where magic is an effective solution in combat. Which is why we are still only level 19. That's right, only 19. And still struggling to make any spells that would be effective in a fight. This is getting silly. I'd stop them, but I don't want to. Mostly I'm here for these. And they will never stop being expensive. Even if I placed all the Edenic hives in the world. So what is our next possible option for advancing in magic? Well, that's down here. There are a series of bosses that you can fight that tend to drop. They just drop infinity points. Those orbs that you can use to just give you a magic level. They are in alphabetical order, which doesn't tell you what order to fight them in. Water is the first. Recommended level 10. Don't you believe it. This guy is still a pain. You get a redstone inlay circle in any biome that is predominantly water, which includes river. While raining, throw a boat and a bucket of water into the circle, and that will summon the boss. Air is 35, Arcane is 45, Earth is 25, Ender is forget it. I have fought... Look at all the lore. I have fought this guy once, and it was not worth it. Fire. 90. Life. 50. lightning, 70. Nature, 60, but it's also difficult to summon. And then winter, it doesn't say. So yeah, water, recommended level 10. Boat in a bucket. Easy, right? So I'm going to need some of this. And a lot of cobble. And a door would be nice. Let's see, wall. No, I think typical blocks. This would be easier if I brought out my digger pack. Alright, we have daylight. And these ponds are forests, which don't help. I need to go up to where it says river. So that's either west, at the foot of the extreme hills, or northeast across the plains. And I think west is the better move here. It's a little close. It looks a little closer. I don't think it is, but it looks a little closer. No, northeast. Change my mind again. We're going northeast. Away we go. So I need to basically build a platform here, where the center of it is in the river. And we use this as a fighting platform for the boss. How big does this need to be? I don't know. I kind of improvise every time. There's our redstone inlay circle where the boat and the bucket will be thrown. And you know, I don't think this has to be very big. About this size should kind of do it. So the idea here is to make a containment that the boss cannot leave. And we will also make use of this containment to shoot at the boss while he's busy, not being able to leave. To that end, we will have this 1 block gap here that I can use to shoot through. And we will mostly be hanging out, oh, probably around here somewhere. The primary danger of this boss is almost completely mitigated by blocking off all the water. The worst thing he can do to you is inflict drown. And what drown does is it makes you stupidly heavy and unable to swim up in the water. The fact that you have to fight him in a water-based biome is no accident. So I'm just going to build this arena in a way where it removes the water threat completely. So we have the boss being summoned in the middle, and we fight him by shooting him unsportsmanlike from outside. We can use the corners for cover and just shoot spells at him from this lowered platform. The only other thing I might want to do is make preparations on the watery side, so knockback isn't a thing. And that should prevent him from punching into the water with the drown effect. We'll do the same thing on this side over here. This river is no longer valid for boating. Not that I do very much of that. And there we go. Next time it rains, I can come fight this guy. It's just a matter of having boats and buckets on hand. Oh! Gotta be extra careful with the broom, because the broom is only an item. So if it catches fire, or I ram it into a cactus, it gets destroyed. Which is not exactly ideal. So I need a supply of buckets. And a supply of boats. Or just a way to rapidly craft boats, if it becomes necessary, since boats don't stack. And a chest to put it all in. And there we go. Once it gets some lights on it, we have a Water Guardian arena. Wrong spell. That happens a lot. Just keep things well lit so nothing comes by to interfere with the fight. Like, apparently all these horses. I'm sure they're a major threat once the water boss gets going. A nice well-lit radius for our safety. Now I have something to do next time it rains. This was the Repulsion Bee, the new Hermetic. I'm gonna have to look up what Repulsion does, because I just don't know. I sure am seeing a lot of red markers about now. Do I have guys in the dark room again? Oh, a few of them, including a creeper. You guys can stay in there. That is not a game we're playing right now. I see skeletons and men elementals. Have some zaps. out of mana. Doesn't take long. I may need to make mana potions if I want to get this going. Oh, look. Alright, well, this needs to be Magitech Goggles. It is an invaluable utility. Flicker Lure is also necessary. Unless I put it on something else, some other nonsense piece of chest plate that I use explicitly when dealing with flickers. Because Flicker Lure is definitely a situational thing. I don't need to waste an upgrade slot on it if I don't need to. So I guess it's either mana regen or burnout reduction. So I can put burnout reduction here. And you can also get burnout reduction, meaning my chest is mana regen. And that should help out. Not immensely, but a decent bit. Now for mana potions. Lesser is apparently any potion with seeds and sugar, including just a regular potion made with netherwort and nothing else. La 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 la. La. And then they are improved with gunpowder, and then Vintium, and then Arcane Ash, and finally Purify. Pretty cheap, all things considered. And then apparently they can be tied together with string. Which works for me. So first we'll make this full brace of awkward potions. And then we can start making mana potions from them, and oh dear. It's these ingredients per potion, not per stack. Well, let me go see our valiant bees about their sugar supply. Good work, boys. Three, 6, 9, 12. So I need 12 of everything. That doesn't change all that much. Alright then. Seeds, sugar. Let the tiny potions begin. This honestly seems like a job for the liquid crafter. Here, you take one of these, you take that, and then we just do this with it. Except they don't stack, so it doesn't really help me. This is still arguably faster. Okay. That was kind of a waste. Now we have the Ventium. And finally, the Arcane Ash. And our last step is to tie them together in threes to save space. I'm just waiting for a rainstorm. It sure wanted to rain constantly when I didn't want it to. Now that rain would help me, it's all gone. Lots of pollen going on here. Keep it up, bees. Good work. My engine's empty. I need more ash. That's okay though. The engine was always trash. More. This guy is getting the job done. He's managed not to kill himself yet. Oh no, I don't want that by the stack. Holy crap. Alright, goblins, I'm gonna cause a scene today. Whoop. He's gonna try. And you can make an ingot, and that leaves me with one. We need 3 more nuggets. And then we can retire the gulag. This is really getting out of control here. Well, that's what I wanted. More combs than I could easily process. You know, I heard this guy take damage. I think in the beginning of the day, so he's probably not at full health. Oh yeah, he's half a heart from death. Here you go. That'll keep you a little healthy for a little longer. I'm sure you are extremely upset about that, because it means the nightmare must continue. Our plums look mature. Our chestnuts still are not fully mature. What does it take? Seen a bunch of stuff, but Enderman is not on the list. I think a sheep out in these parts. You know, we now have the materials to force a rainstorm, which I could use to fight the boss. And that would probably be a good note to go out on. Oh, what a surprise. It's made of, whoa, diamonds and tons of tin. Alright, a moment of this carpenter's time. Hardened casing. While that's in the works, the tin gears. Now what else is hardened casing for? Just the Rainmaker. I wouldn't call that worth it. I need this, which is honey, any kind of pollen, and gunpowder. And a tin can. honey, gunpowder, and as long as it's any kind of pollen, I've got pollen. And it's made in the carpenter, because of course it is. Can. Pollen. Honey. Gunpowder. At least it's quick. I really need to do something about pollen and royal jelly storage. I'm gonna put these combs in here for now. That'll be fine. Alright, it's nice and daylight. I've got a rainmaker. This will surely end badly. Bonk. Does it not require power? It might not require power, in which case I can have it on the site. And we can just have rain on demand. I don't even need the button that I thought I needed. So we've got boats. And we've got buckets. And if this works the way I think it works, it's a little slower than I was expecting. But I guess I'll take it. It does the job. Alright, bucket, boat, back out of here. It has already used one of its terrible attacks and cloned itself. and it will punish you for attacking the wrong one. Mostly what it does is fire water bolts. And it doesn't like lightning, which is why I chose lightning as my spell, as my attack type. It has a spinning attack that it likes using, and it tends to just ignore damage if it feels like it. I don't know if you can hear the faint watery noise that it gives off whenever it decides, no, you will not be damaging me today. That horrible grinding sound is its spin attack. And that is me not caring. We got some water essence. And now we back out of here and do it again. Oh, it also dropped a blue Infinity Orb, which is the whole reason I was fighting it in the first place, is to farm some of these things. What's a real pain is when it decides to just no-sell spells. Like, you can hear the little bloop noise as it decides, you know what? No, I will not be taking electric damage today. But we got it. 2 kills. If I can get some more buckets and boats going, we can keep this up a bit. As long as the rain holds. I guess the mana regen that I got from the mana potion is really doing its job, which I'm not used to. I'm used to mana regen being a joke. But it sure is holding up here. Bucket boat back off. Let me know when you want to take damage. It's just no selling every hit, and my mana regen wore off. Oh well. That's why I made bottles. He's down again. This time, instead of water essence, he dropped a piece of armor, which, after we kill him one more time, I will go into. Just because I don't want to waste my mana regen buff. And down he goes. I think we have enough mana regen for one more time. Why did I just throw that? Because it's invisible. Let me up. Bucket, boat, back off. Another 30 seconds of mana regen. That'll do. I think we have bullied this boss enough. So we got more silky, and more silky, and should be more silky down here as well. Oh yeah, nice. So what our saturated friend has dropped for us was several water essence, several blue infinity orbs, which we can use for blue skill points and unlocking more spells, and these water orbs. These were the orbs that the thing had orbiting it. They are an armor piece for the legs, and they just hover around you. This text, "Water becomes your friend," means I think you can move faster in water, I don't recall. I know that you become immune to flowing water. Water currents no longer push you around if you're wearing that. We now have more blue skill points to play with. What do we even do with them? That would be a mistake. Infinity Gains boost is not a good idea. Over in utility, we can take night vision into true sight. That could be fun. I could mess around with some of the plant-based ones and eventually get to chain, because I love chain. It's my favorite shape. So I'm definitely going to be spending some points on my way to chain. Unfortunately, to get chain, you need grow. And to get grow, you need everything. All the way down to drought. Disarm is good. You wouldn't expect this to work on NPCs, but it does. You can make zombie pigmen drop their swords with it. Place block has surprising utility. Night vision into true sight. Plant and plow just because they'll be necessary later. Anything I'm missing out on? I mean, haste. Regeneration into shrink or heal or something else down here. Dispel is important for later. A lot of my choices here I'm making with the future in mind. I don't even want half these spell effects. I just need them to get to where I want to be. magic damage. So now we have more spell options to choose from, and I can still take a few more blue skill points before we no longer need blues at all. And our guy down here has brought us another Koboldite. So I need 16, and then 9 on top of that. So 25. 25 is the minimum, and then we'll finish our hunting. The Silky is definitely coming along, and there's still yet more combs to be processed. So many more combs. But the Silk Wisps are very nice. They go in here, and they'll get us more woven silk, which we can use to upgrade backpacks. Which backpacks are the most crucial for upgrading? I would say hunters to start. Hunters and maybe foresters are the two packs where when you need them, they're just not big enough. Digger honestly does its job, especially with our ability to send things here right back into the system. Miners is okay too, for the same reason, because if we get clogged up with coal or redstone, we can just send it into the system. But that is going to do it for the day. We have definitely moved things along. Improving practically everything at our disposal. We'll have to see what tomorrow brings. My bet, it will be more Silk Wisps. Until then.